call the meeting of the County Council Caucus to order. It is 5 o'clock. We'll stand and say pledge allegiance to the flag.
Right here.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. This meeting was advertised in accordance with the Freedom of Information Act. As many of you know, we're in a different location. We really appreciate the City of Beaufort letting us meet here. We have one person online, Councilman McClellan, and the rest of us are here in person. And one council member is absent today. Two members are absent, yes. Okay, I'd like a motion to approve the agenda for the caucus.
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have anything for council member discussion? I don't think we do at this time. Okay. At this time, we need to go into executive session under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2 and 30-4-70A1 to receive legal advice on matters covered by the attorney-client privilege and to discuss issues related to employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of a person regulated by a public body, this Bluffton Township Fire District. B, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relates to pending litigation, Beaufort County versus South Carolina Insurance Reserve Fund. Under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the advice relates to pending, threatened, or potential claim or other matters covered by the attorney-client privilege. Emergency repairs for the Beaufort County Detention Center. Under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relates to pending litigation, Cindy Carter versus Beaufort County. E, under South Carolina Code Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relates to pending litigation, Redfish Holdings, LLC versus Beaufort County. Under South Carolina Section 30-4-70A2, receipt of legal advice where the advice relates to pending, threatened, or potential claim or other matters covered by the attorney-client privileges. This is UPF litigators, ultra-processed food litigation. This meeting will last until 6 o'clock. If there's anything we did not get covered, we will start on time for county council. So this time we will adjourn. Do I have a motion to adjourn for executive session?
I'll make the motion.
I mean, not adjourn, but move to executive.
I'll make a motion.
We have a second to go to executive session?
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Cunningham. All right, at this time, we will move into another room for executive session, and we will be back from executive session at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Council. If everyone could please take a seat. We're going to do a roll call. Who's here?
Bang the gavel again.
All right. Can I have your attention, please? I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is County Council meeting Monday, April 14th. We're going to do a roll call because we do have some members who are online and others who are not. David Bartholomew.
Here.
Paula Brown. Here. Logan Cunningham.
Present.
All right. Gerald Dawson. Absent. York Glover.
Present.
Alice Howard. I'm here. Mark Larson.
Here.
Okay. Joe Passament.
Present.
Larry McAllen. He's
Online.
Okay.
Online.
Tom Reitz.
Here.
And
Me.
Tabernet.
Present.
Sorry.
Present.
Okay. This meeting is called to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And the invocation tonight is, who's doing the invocation? We have an invocation tonight.
No?
No, we don't have anyone designated. Okay. All right, I'll do the invocation unless someone else wants to volunteer. No? Okay. Please bow your heads. Thank you for this beautiful past weekend and all the things that we did in our community and the things coming up in this coming week with all the children out of school and the many celebrations of our spring. And thank you for having a wonderful event at the air station. And last but not least, we really appreciate the City of Beaufort for letting Beaufort County use their facilities tonight. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I don't know. I just noticed.
All right. This meeting was was advertised and done in compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act for your information. I'd like to entertain a motion for approval of the agenda at this time.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor by raising hands?
Aye.
Okay. All right, we have 3 different sets of minutes to approve, or, I'm sorry. 2, yeah, only 2. Let me pull those up, I'm sorry. Get here.
March 10th,
March 10th. And what is the other one?
March 24th.
24th.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve those?
I'll make the motion to approve both of those sets of minutes. I read them.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Okay, the minutes are passed. Okay. Approval of the agenda. Have we had that?
We already did that.
Yeah, we did that. We did it out of order. I apologize. At this time, we have the administrator's report. Mr. Moore?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Council. We have an introduction tonight of a new employee, and we're going to recognize some of our interns, and then an announcement. So with that, I'd like to invite Christopher Malden. He's here. So Christopher is our newly hired Deputy Director of Beaufort County Animal Services. He started with the county in January 2025, As Deputy Director, he assists with the overall management and operations of the shelter. He will manage daily operations of the shelter as well as support the enforcement of state law and county animal ordinances. Originally from the Outer Banks of North Carolina. Great. Chris has spent nearly 2 decades in the animal care and control industry, working in North Carolina, Virginia, Seattle, Washington, and Central Florida. During this time, he's held positions as a kennel technician, veterinarian technician, animal control officer, field training officer, and has spent the last 8 years in management roles within animal shelters in Central Florida. In his spare time, he enjoys being outside kayaking or covered in oil and grease working on a project car. What kind of car do you got?
Right now, it's a 92 Dodge Delta
Okay.
Turbo. So it changes
Right
about
now.
every 6 months.
Okay. Well, we threw some different parts in there. That's all
There you
good. Well, anyway, welcome, and would you like to make any?
Absolutely. I just want to say thank you so much. And of all the places that I've worked, I've never been somewhere so welcoming in my first few weeks and months than it has been here at Beaufort County. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and I look forward to being here a very, very long time.
Well, thank you. We're glad you're here.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay, we're proud to highlight the success of Beaufort County's internship program, which offers students valuable hands-on experience while contributing to the community. Tonight, I would like to recognize 5 exceptional students. I think they're all here, but maybe 1 or 2 are not. That have successfully completed their 15-week internship, gaining skills and insights that will serve them well in their future careers. Additionally, we would like to share with the council and public a short video highlighting our internship program. So I think we're ready to go with that.
As an intern, I am here to learn, and I've been having a really good time doing it. All the work that they've given us has been, it wasn't work that was set aside for us, it's the work that they do integral here on a day-to-day basis. Seeing the professionals that work every day, learning so much from the clerks, understanding what they do on a daily basis, as well as seeing the judges and the attorneys, and to have the opportunity to sit in on some hearings and see what the future work that I would like to do one day. I mean, I really can't thank them enough.
It's just been so nice to get out of necessarily the classroom where we're learning these things, but actually being out in the field with everybody. It's been amazing. I've also learned a lot of how to work with the community in our programs, working with different age groups, and I feel like watching Destiny explain to them certain things with our nature programs, I think it's very cool to get out there and get the experience and learn how to work with our community to educate them.
It's very interesting. You learn a lot and you're able to do a lot, and it also educates you.
It's really cool to learn about all this stuff too. I love animals. They're like my life. So being able to take care of them and like being able to work here in like a place that wants to adopt them out and take care of them and cure them and stuff like that. So being able to be a part of that just really spoke to me. You learn like a lot of different responsibilities and just you learn a lot being here, a lot of life skills and stuff like that.
It's made me learn more stuff, like how to change tires fast, brakes fast, how to do things better and more efficient. And I've learned from some of my mistakes that I've made here. It has contributed to my career success because it's giving me while I was at ACE, I wasn't really getting experience time, like job time. So when I started working here, now I'm actually getting time in the field. So if I stay here, I have that 15 weeks of experience, and then if I go somewhere else, I actually have job experience.
It's just a nice learning experience altogether.
Call some names, but I'd like to congratulate the following education achievement. And as I call their names, they can come up to receive their certificate. So first up is Caden Boucher. Okay, not here. Next is Kason Griggs. Have Jacob Howard. All right. Congratulations. So Jacob is a student at Bluffton High School and completed his internship with Animal Services. So we have your certificate. So thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sure. All right, next we have Sophia Webb. Good, thank you. Sophia is a student at Technical College of the Low Country and completed her internship with the probate office. I believe Judge is here. Come on. Yeah, congratulations. Yeah. And then we also have Thomas Grigowski. Is that right? All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You get your name right?
Yeah, it was
Believe it or not?
shot.
Okay. All right. Thomas is a student at the University of South Carolina, Beaufort, and completed his internship with the probate office. So here's your certificate. Okay.
Wait, let Heather come in. Judge Heather come in. Thank you, and we hope we have many more to come in the
Yes.
future, too.
And the other two, if they show up at a future council meeting, we'll make sure we get them theirs. But these students have shown remarkable growth and made lasting contributions to our county. We look forward to seeing them thrive in their careers and are grateful for their time and commitment during the internship. Okay, next, I'd like to share a quick update on an upcoming internal event. Our Emerging Leaders Group is currently organizing their third annual Women's Conference, which is an event designed to support, empower, and invest in our county workforce. This year's conference is scheduled for Friday, June 13th, 2025, and will take place at the Rotary Community Center at Oscar Frazier Park in Bluffton. The planning team would like to extend an invitation to County Council to attend the event, and a formal invitation with additional details will be forthcoming. Subject to any questions, that concludes my report.
Any questions, Administrator? Okay. All right. Next, we have public comment, and we have 13 people who signed up. Usually we would stop at number 10, but since it's a few more, we're going to go forward. Actually, we have 12. Okay. I would ask if you don't need the full 3 minutes, that's fine. But also, I'd like to remind the public that every member of the public is recognized to speak and will be limited to 3 minutes. And please observe the following protocol. Address the chairman, and in speaking, avoid disrespect to council and any personalities. Confine themselves to questions under the jurisdiction of the council. Be mindful and respectful of those who are present and others who may be watching on television. And the first person signed up is Robert Adams. If you'll just state your name and your address for the record.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Dr. Robert Adams. I'm at the Penn Center, Executive Director of the Penn Center, 16 Penn Center Circle West, St. Helena, South Carolina, 29920. Did I get the numbers right? Okay. So, but good evening, County Council. I'm honored to lead this 163-year-old institution called the Penn Center. The Penn Center is the community, and St. Helena community is Penn. We've been blessed over a 163-year journey with tremendous leaders, men and women who turned a dream of equality into a beacon of freedom. And one of those great leaders that sort of stands out is, one of those great leaders is Dr. Emory Campbell. He was our executive director between 1980 and 2002, and he's become a veritable legend. His accomplishments are too many to list. One of the great things that he did was reintroduce the Heritage Festival. The Heritage Festival attracts participants from around the country and is one of the premier events on the Southeast region. And no stranger to innovation, Dr. Campbell even experimented with things like the Penn Golf Classic in 1995 and 1996. But because the event was only moderately successful, it disappeared from the things that we do. But I would say that one of Dr. Campbell's greatest accomplishment is his relentless advocacy on behalf of the Gullah Geechee community. The CPO is one result of his unabashed Gullah Geechee activism. So in 2025, we salute Dr. Campbell's foresight, his understanding that golf courses in gated communities are incompatible with the survival of Gullah Geechee people on St. Helena. So our aim, which it was in 2023, which it was in 2024, which will be in 2025, what it'll be in 2026, is to continue this legacy to support the survival and the thriving of Gullah Geechee communities, and that is by supporting the CPO. Full stop. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do not know that if we have a clock that's visible to the audience or not. Okay. All right. I think Ms. Tabernet will keep track of it until we do. Oh, you are?
She's
Okay.
doing it, okay.
Ms. Brenda's going to keep track of it.
Okay.
All right. Robert New is next.
Robert New, Wallace Landing Retreat, St. Helena. Good evening. Thank you all for serving in a difficult job. The CPO that protected St. Helena from golf course development worked perfectly for a quarter of a century, and the Gullah people on the island were spared the fate that has substantially destroyed the culture on virtually every other sea island. So almost 3 years ago, a golf course developer purchased Pine Island, fully aware that his plans are in direct violation of the CPO ordinance. However, he has a strategy, Urich Greenway. After scores of private meetings, a term amendment come to be known as the Greenway Giveaway is presented that will conveniently allow a carve-out from the CPO for Pine Island. The public is outraged, and you all know the rest of the story. With the Greenway connection gone, a new strategy emerges. The developer starts pushing the empty threat that he's prepared to build 169 homes and 100-plus docks, something that was never possible. 3 years in, the empty threat has worn very thin. It's all about the golf course and has been from day one. Now recognizing the threat to St. Helena, County Council overwhelmingly adopts a much strengthened CPO that specifically states no golf, no gates, no resort. The Planning Commission and Council, in overwhelming majority votes, rejects the Pine Island plan. Now they need a new strategy. The developer now sues the people of Beaufort County with truly frivolous lawsuits seeking a 6-hole golf course, with the hope that the county will capitulate and not fight. Another miscalculation, another strategy destined to fail. So now comes the golf course developer with virtually the same empty argument. In their never-ending effort to put lipstick on this pig, they label it a downzoning. Eliminating the CPO is not a downzoning. Also, they talk about transparency. If they're so transparent, after 3 years, maybe it's time we know who actually owns Pine Island. I will state the community needs and deserves a proper recreational facility, and hopefully that's on the way. So let's talk about their quid pro quo. A couple of $1 million and just give them their golf course. Of course, this would effectively end the CPO and open St. Helena to a multitude of golf courses. The MO for all golf course developers will be established. Offer incentives, really bribes, and you need not to worry about that pesky CPO or those pesky people at Penn Center. The bottom line is the CPO is what has protected the island from the onslaught of golf course developers. St. Helena and its rich heritage and culture cannot be for sale to the highest bidder.
Thank you.
Will the people of Beaufort County, through their representatives, betray the future of St. Helena for 30 pieces of silver? The overwhelming majority of the people of St. Helena respectfully ask you to say no.
Thank you, Mr. New. Next is Mayor Deckard. Please come forward.
Good evening, Councilwoman and, well, Chairman, I should say, and Council and Councilman McGowan up there. I had come before the Public Facilities meeting in March to express my displeasure with an agreement the town of Port Royal was entering into to purchase a splash pad that was then going to be installed on county property. And my disagreement with it is not about a splash pad per se, which I'm not against. It's the process, I believe, was not done correctly. So I have 3 questions since that meeting I'd like to pose to you tonight. My first is, was an intergovernmental agreement between Port Royal and Beaufort County required by 12/31/2024, which is the Treasury Department deadline, considering the town and county had already agreed the splash pad was going to be installed on county property? Number 2, has anyone on council seen the submission Port Royal sent into the Treasury Department? And did it state the splash pad was a donation to another government? And I should note that I sent a FOIA to the town of Port Royal on March 18th. And even though I expressed to them that I would like to see it by the time of this meeting so I could at least have a look at it, they're not fulfilling my request until the last day it's due, which is on April 29th. And I'm wondering if anyone on council has seen the submission. I think you really need to see it before you make any decision on this. And my third question is, was Treasury informed that the equipment being purchased with federal money was going to be installed on property that is currently under a state investigation? Because when I was a federal contractor, we couldn't have anything to do with anything that was under investigation, and certainly no monies could be allocated while an investigation was ongoing. So that's a concern I have, and hopefully these are concerns that you should have as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Craig Reeves.
Good evening, County Council. My name is Craig Reeves, and our working waterfront is 34 Hallmark Road on St. Helena. My ask is that you look at this contract and that the people look at this contract and see that we have a great opportunity to develop this with the least amount of environmental impacts and the least amount of homes. The CPO, in my opinion, doesn't protect the community when you can build 160 houses and potentially 100 docks. I've never heard of a developer wanting to do less, not asking for more, but asking for less. The buffer zones, I mean, we've looked at what he's offered. Everybody told me for the last 2 years, well, nothing's in writing. You know, everything is just up in the air. Well, now there's something in writing that the public can actually research and look at, and you guys probably already know what's been offered. And that's my ask, that people actually look at what's being offered, because the CPO allows for 1 per 3 acres. And so we can say he's not going to develop it, or people tell me all the time there's a third option, but it doesn't sound to me like there's a third option either. So I personally think that what he's offering sounds good, and I think there's a lot of opportunities to work in the community that would benefit the community of St. Helena. I've been on St. Helena since 1992, so 33 years I've been here. I think that it's a great opportunity, and my ask is that you guys would consider what's being offered. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is it Inez? Am I saying that right? Millery? Inez, I-N-E-S? Millery? No? No one here by that name? Imes? Is it Imes? No? All right. All right, Ms. Majors, you're next, and Carrie Major.
Good evening to everyone. Council, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Carrie Major. I'm a native of St. Helena Island. I've lived there all my life, and I'm grateful to be here to say what I have to say. I am on assignment, and there's a poem that says, some people dream the dream, some people live the dream, some people defend the dream. I want to defend the dream. Our children on St. Helena Island need a recreational center, state of the art, and I understand that phase 1 is in process, the 3,500 square foot that will be built on St. Helena Island, but we need more, and we're looking for more. We deserve more. So I ask you all to look and find some money. There's money there that can do that for our children. So we thank you, and we expect that. And I want to go deeper. We want to talk about the CPO. My husband is Frank Major. He's been a crabber for 64 years. He started at age 12 on St. Helena Island. He says that if they build a golf course, it will affect his business. His boat is called the Sunrise Lady. And like I said, he's been doing it for 64 years, and it will affect. I don't know whose report you're going to believe, but believe the report of a person who grew up on St. Helena Island, who knows the river like he knows, and knows how it will affect the golf course, will affect the product coming from the sea, which will affect his livelihood. So we thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on the list is Paula Galaney. Good Irish name.
Hi, I'm Paula Galaney. Good evening to everyone. I live in St. Helena on Delamo, and I'm a property owner there. I have one question, and that question is why? Why would anyone come to a place that they don't know and disrupt the harmony and peaceful, God-loving community of St. Helena? Why would anyone want to build a gated golf course, multi-million-dollar development when it is clearly not wanted? Why would anyone want to go against the CPO that was written to protect this property? The council needs to stand with the people of St. Helena and again uphold the CPO that was developed for such an assault as this. I can only think of one reason why someone would do this: money.
Thank you. Okay. Next on the list is Chief Seco. Am I saying that right? Seco? With the Yamasee Indian Tribe.
Chandamo, if my wife, you don't mind, Council, Honorable Council, I'd like to give you guys some documents.
Sure. Thank you.
I stand here on behalf of my tribe, the Yamasee Indian Tribe. Many of you know of us, some of you don't, some of you call us Yamasee.
I'm sorry, I did say Yamasee. I should say
yes, ma'am.
Yamasee. Yeah.
I stand here not only for the Yamasee tribe, but also the Gullah Geechee people who are also Yamasee. To the honorable members of Beaufort County Council, the Yamasee Indian Tribe of Seminoles respectfully acknowledge your decisions to deny the recent development proposal affecting Pine Island and St. Helena. We commend your actions in protecting the areas of undeniable culture and historical significance. Yet we must now address a larger and deeper concern: the continued exclusion of the Yamasee Nation. By law, the original title-holding tribe in this region from every stage of this process, my people. Let it be clear, the Yamasee are not stakeholders, we're not cultural contributors. We are, by law, the sovereign tribal nation to whom this land was reserved under the 1707 Statute at Large of South Carolina. That is a law that is still standing. The statute has never been repealed, nullified, or lawfully extinguished by any treaty, congressional act, or court decision. It remains enforceable under the South Carolina Constitution and is protected under the Federal Non-Intercourse Act 25 U.S.C. 177, which prohibits transfers of tribal lands without congressional approval. Despite this, our nation has been ignored in decisions concerning Pine Island and St. Helenaville. This is a direct violation of Section 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act, which mandates that any tribe, federally recognized or not, with historic, cultural, or spiritual ties to a property must be consulted prior to the decision that may affect that property. Federal agencies are required to consult with tribes early in project planning when proposed undertakings may affect historic properties of traditional, religious, and cultural significance. The National Historic Preservation Act summary. Beaufort has failed to comply. Rather than follow law and acknowledge title, which you may or may not know of, the narrative have been redirected to focus on the Gullah Geechee cultural framework. While we respect the role of the Gullah Geechee because many of our people are, they do not hold statutory land title, nor are they protected under tribal land provisions of state or federal law. So substituting Gullah Geechee visibility for Yamasee authority is not inclusive, it is deceptive. We are aware of the questions of federal recognition that may arise as an excuse to sidestep consultation. However, Section 106 and multiple federal rulings are clear. Recognition status does not determine consultation obligations when tribes demonstrate historical ties to a site. In fact, the Yamasee tribe stands on stronger legal ground than many federally recognized tribes because we are backed not only by archaeological and oral history, but by a standing state statute from 1707 that has never been repealed. And that stands before 1711 when you guys were founded. I'll summarize this, and I also provided you guys with a copy of the statute at large. Our position is firm. Our door is open. While this letter that we've given you to us today is legal objection and notice of record, we emphasize that the Yamasee Nation is open to direct dialogue with both Beaufort County Council and the developers. However, the conversation must begin with the shared acknowledgement that this land is not vacant, neutral, or unclaimed. It is the reserved Yamasee territory by codified law. Any development or designation moving forward must involve formal tribal consultation, not just after-the-fact notification. We expect not just courtesy, but compliance with state law, federal policy, and ancestral obligations. We respectfully demand the following: the immediate and formal consultation with the Yamasee tribal government, public acknowledgement of the Yamasee land status under the 1707 statute, and a full halt of any further planning or permitting actions for Pine Island and St. Helena until consultation is complete.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay. Next on the list is Kevin Dukes.
Good evening. My name is Kevin Dukes. I'm a real estate attorney with Harvey and Batty here in Beaufort, and I know we were here last week, but Councilman Cunningham and Councilman Lawson, we didn't get a chance to see y'all. And my main purpose coming tonight is to just try to put out some of the points and the benefits of this new Pine Island downzoning plan. And I know that there's been the questions about the golf course and maybe there's not really going to happen with density and et cetera. But when I've been up in front of this council several times, and what we always see when we look at developers coming to town is they always want more, they always want density, they always want to upzone. And this is the opposite of that. This is a downzoning permanently. And so, yes, there will be a golf course. But what does the golf course take the place of? It takes the place of 100 houses 60 feet from the water. It takes the place of over 1 million square feet of impervious surface. It gives way to 360 acres of open space, 82% of the property. There's a reduction of 90% of the permittable docks on the site protecting the waterway. So yes, there is a golf course, but it eliminates so many ills that everyone in this room, some of which I've seen before, have come up here and spoken against, and gets us to a density of T1 Nature Preserve, the lowest density zoning classification in Beaufort County, something that the current zoning and the CPO cannot achieve. So you can hope and we can pray that something better comes along or that somebody else steps in. But that's not an option. That's not what's here. There's a choice. And our goal tonight is to provide everyone the real information and the facts so that people can evaluate the plan. And that's why last week, after our meetings, we put out everything. We put out all exhibits. We put out the entire zoning map amendment. We put out the development agreement. We did not hold anything back to negotiate. It's all there. And we would like for council to be able to see it. We'd like for the public to be able to see it. I would love to engage with the public. We've reached out to many members of the public, many groups that, quite frankly, disagree with us, but we've reached out and we're trying to make that work. And so I mentioned a little bit of the benefits, the countywide benefits, those reductions in density. But also there's a savings to schools because of this plan of $1 million a year by downzoning in the nature of the development. There's also some very specific community benefits, which some of you heard, and quite frankly, it's incredible that they get dismissed out of hand. But we're talking about a long-sought community center, property in the Corners community that would be donated for that purpose. $2.5 million given for that purpose, with ongoing funding mechanisms set in place so that it goes on in perpetuity. Every time there's a residence sold, 0.25% is donated to the community for that purpose. And the other thing which nobody has brought up is the creation of 35 to 70 jobs. This will be the largest employer on St. Helena. You don't have to look to Parker's anymore to be the largest employer on St. Helena.
Thank you. All right. Next on the list is Felice Lamarca.
Felice Lamarca, Hilton Head, Okatee, and 802 Godfrey Street, Beaufort. Thank you for hearing me this evening. I'm all about decreasing density. I'm all about downzoning. You know my stance. Every time I come before you, I ask you to consider the environment, consider the number of trees that come down, consider the polluted waterways, the shrimpers, the fishermen. And my neighborhood has those people living there, and we thank you very much for what you have accomplished so far. But I would like you to seriously consider Pine Island developers' proposal, because it will downzone, it will decrease density, it will actually protect the river better than what is going to happen if you blow them off. Having 160 or whatever homes it is that he can do scares me, absolutely scares me. And it should you too, because that will change the face of St. Helena. May still be in the CPO, but it's going to change St. Helena forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list is Arnold L. Brown.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. Before I get started, I want to explain to you who I am so you know where I'm coming from. Back in the mid-'70s, I was a commissioned officer through the University of South Carolina into the United States Marine Corps. After 6 months of basic training in Quantico, Virginia, I was a procurement officer in Cherry Point, North Carolina. After active duty, I worked for the Big Three in Detroit, Michigan. My occupation was procurement. During the course of 40 years, I managed over 10 billion, not million, $10 billion in other people's money. And during that process, I was offered every type of bribe known to man, every type for thousands, tens of thousands of dollars, because I'm managing $10 billion. So I was offered that. So you'll know where I'm coming from later on in this presentation. I've also been president of 2 nonprofit organizations, okay? Some very responsible physicians. And once again, people would come to me and the board and say, we will do this if you do that. So I have 11 reasons, but I don't have time to go. But what I want to talk about today is make everybody aware of it, is bribery, okay? This new proposal by the developer mentioned, I heard $3 million today, I heard $2.95 million if he can get approval. Well, that's, if he would come to me or individuals or came to you and say, I need your vote, that would be clear bribery. But now if you make it a group offer, somehow that's not supposed to be bribery? I think it is. I think it is. In my opinion, I think it is. So, and the other term, quid pro quo, is an illegal offer to the government. You do this for me, and I do this for you. So be aware of that. Pay for play. Refer to money is required for participation in something. So my suggestion here today is take that off the table, the $3 million, take it off the table. That's not a part of the merit of getting this approved. Or in the next 10 days, write a check for $3 million to the county or Brick Church or some organization, take it out of your hands. In the next 10 days or 15 days, write a check for $3 million. Now, buying land, that takes a little bit longer.
Madam Chair, the time is up. And Mr. Brown did not give us his address.
127 Dr. Martin Luther King Drive. I don't have a clock.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
All right, next is Elvis Trapadino. I would never say it right, I apologize.
We can go with Elvis.
I said Elvis. Elvio.
Not the first time, iPhone does it too.
Mhm.
LVO Tropiano, 1 St. Helena Bill Road. Appreciate this council's time and wanted to just put a couple things out there that aren't already at your disposal. In Beaufort County, as Mr. Dukes alluded to, nearly every rezoning request asks for more through upzoning. More homes, more density, more infrastructure, more pressure on the land, more pressure on public systems. All of this is driven by a desire to maximize build-out, maximize profit, and often at the expense of open space, traffic flow, community character, and environmental health. We've consistently heard from this council that there's not an appetite for this in our county, and not an appetite for upzonings given the failure of the penny tax and infrastructure stresses and those pending impacts that occur from more. That's why the plan we've submitted today, or last week, and is in front of the public today, is a new plan. It's the exact opposite. It's a downzoning plan. It's not a request for more. It's a commitment to less forever. It's a common sense approach to responsible growth and downzoning, something we've heard consistently from this council and in our communities as we hear about new developments coming and going. We've seen Cane Island. smaller than my property, asking for 700 homes. We've seen Cat Island, the exact same size as my property, except our plan removes 9 of 10 homes on Cat Island and is otherwise the same. Instead of straining, we mitigate. Instead of maximizing, we minimize, all while investing in our community, protecting our shared resources, and creating long-term economic opportunity, something that we've all heard St. Helena needs, and not from me, but from its citizens. All of this is now provided for everyone to see. This is an exercise in maximum and radical transparency, but also radical accountability. We've heard development agreements, developer agreements, whatever people want the nomenclature to be, but what it is it holds people accountable. When I first stepped into Beaufort County, I strived to be a man of my word and continue to do that. This exercise gives me no angst, period. In fact, I think it's the way that everyone should do business, the way everyone should approach their neighbors, and the way that I'm proud to say our team has done since day one. I encourage everybody to read these documents. They're available at pineislandplan.com. There's a downzoning tab, there's visuals, there's imagery, there's numbers, there's metrics, and it's something that I believe people should see firsthand. As you're reading the application, every exhibit is linked, everything is hyperlinked, everything is downloadable. You can bring it home, share it with whoever it is that you want, and I encourage people to do that. Curious, not curious, skeptical, whatever that may be, this is different. To be clear, not only is it different, but it's new. We've reduced impacts, significant community benefits, but most importantly is a contract that I've been asked for 3 years. This is 3 years in the making, and not behind closed doors, but out in the open, boots on the ground. We've met with local business owners, farmers, shrimpers, parents, elders, students, veterans, pastors, and the like. This is what every member of this council has advocated for, responsible growth. My father always told me that education is the most important thing you can have. No one can take that away from you. Over the last 3 years,
Thank you.
that's what this process is about, is ensuring that this council can help the public get educated on the very thing that we're proposing. I implore you to make sure that, I appreciate it, but I implore you guys to make sure that our shared communities are educated on the matter, because everyone should have a voice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Going back to our agenda, now that we've had public comment, we have liaison and committee reports. I'll start down at that end with, do you have anything, Councilman Cunningham?
No, ma'am. All good today.
Don't really have much for the Community Services Committee, but I do have to say I went to the Solid Waste and Recycling Board meeting, I believe it was last week. We desperately need the community to put in some applications to serve on that board. They haven't even been able to meet on some occasions because they didn't have a quorum. So, and the other thing that came from that, that I would like staff and this council to look into, the districts for the solid waste and recycling, and I believe stormwater, don't match the districts for our maps.
Right,
for who we represent.
because the municipal governments are separate.
Okay.
But they can have a liaison, but they're not on voting members of the Stormwater Board.
I guess from that, is there a way that we can clarify who's under which area?
I think we can talk to administration about that.
Perfect, thanks.
Okay, Ms. Tabernet?
So I attended the last meeting at the Culinary Institute. They reviewed changes to the TIP, the transportation plan, and other initiatives. We had a report from SCDOT. I think I counted 6 members of SCDOT present, and Jared, of course, represented us well with his report. On the 8th of April, we had our state ATAX committee meeting, heard 17 presentations from outside groups asking for grant funding from the state ATAX funds. They are meeting again tomorrow to discuss recommendations that will come to Mr. Lawson's Finance Committee. And I'll echo what Mr. Bartholomew said. We now have 1 opening on that committee.
Ms. Brown?
I'm on the board of Southern Carolina Alliance, and I had the privilege of taking our vice chair and our Madam Chair, out to Bamberg, South Carolina. I don't know if anybody's ever been out there, but it's in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, the board meeting was out there, and I had the privilege of taking our ladies with us, and the Heritage is this week, starts this week, so.
Very good meeting. Yes,
Yeah.
it was. Mr. Barth?
Yes, I went to the air show this Saturday. It was well attended. It was a great show. And again, I saw lots of people out there, so it's great to see that happen. And then as well as our RBC Heritage Classic that's going to happen this weekend. So again, lots of traffic with Easter and everything else happening. So just be patient because again, people coming in town to spend time. Our next finance meeting is next Monday at 2 p.m.
Where? Here?
I'm not sure where it is.
Ashley knows.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Thank you.
right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you. All right, Councilman Bassman.
No report.
Okay. You went twice to the air show, I understand?
Yeah,
Good both days, I assume.
much easier on the second.
Much easier. Councilman Glover?
Yes, let me make sure. The Natural Resource Committee will meet on the 5th of May coming up, right? So I'll make sure to announce that. Want to do say that Bamberg has some of the best peanuts production going on right now.
I didn't know that.
And Madam Chairman, there are a couple of issues coming before us tonight. One is dealing with the Fusky Island text amendment to allow for a veterinarian who's living over there to open an office. So hopefully that would get passed on third and final reading. And then the recreation, there's a right-of-way acquisition for the Cherokee Farm that was initiated back in 2014, and somehow it did not get passed. So now it's coming before us on its third reading to go ahead and officially adopt those right-of-ways in Cherokee Farm out in Burton area. And then we have 3 communities recreational center, one in the big estate, Jenkins community, that's coming before us on a lease agreement on the third and final reading, along with the Young Men's Social Club and the South Pine Ladies Union on St. Helena in the Scott community, a lease agreement there. And then in the Dale Lobico Community Center, those lease agreements coming before us to extend community recreation in those areas. I think that's it, Madam Chairman, on the agenda. I did attend the Planning Commission meeting, and we do have a issue coming before the Planning Commission from out of Bluffton, not too far from the Michaelsia Raleigh area, a sort of a down zone, but one plot of land is zoned higher, and the developer wants to even that out. So that's coming before us. And then the other one was in the Burton community around, I can't remember, Ramsey area, I think.
Ramsey Farm.
Ramsey Farm. That has been postponed for
Withdrew it. Yes,
the
sir.
the May meeting. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I attended the board meeting for Palmetto Breeze, and they're going to come out with a wrapped bus, nice colors. I don't think we have a slide tonight, but April 21st, the new executive director will meet with our committee, Public Services, and give us a full update on what they're doing there. I see we have Stephen Perry here tonight from the airport, Hilton Head, and that phase 1 of the terminal build-out is going very well. The Heritage actually starts tomorrow at 12 with the cannon shot. So we'll see you all there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving right along with the agenda. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
A motion?
I make a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
By show of hands, we'll approve the consent agenda. And Larry raises his hand online too. All right, next on the agenda is a discussion of whether to have a fixed percentage or a flat rate dollar amount for FY 2026 Cost of Living Adjustment, or COLA, in Beaufort County's employee salaries. And our administrator will come forward to talk about that. Is that?
The motion's been on the floor.
I need a motion, sorry, thank you.
So moved, Madam Chair.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second to begin this discussion. All in favor?
Oh, we gonna vote before we hear from him?
No, we're going to hear, this is just to start the discussion, to
okay.
put it on the agenda.
Okay.
And now we're going to discuss it.
Good evening again. We added this item to the agenda based on our discussion at the last workshop. Considering where staff is in the process of putting the budget together, we thought it was important to get a decision from council on how we were going to proceed with a cost of living adjustment for this year. So one of the questions that was asked is, what's the impact across the board for a 3% COLA? Well, that equates to $2,240,509 for all county employees that are part of the class and comp plan. If we were to allocate a flat rate, that would be equivalent to $1,885 per full-time employee and $943 per part-time employee. So that's really the difference between a 3% and if you went with a cash. And obviously, in the past, we've done, I think, cash more than that amount. So we wanted to answer any questions. I've got our finance staff, Pinky, CFO, and HR's here to answer any questions y'all may have.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion, questions. Councilman Cunningham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to speak the rest of council, but this is something we've talked about the last couple years when we talk about percentages. Percentages can be skewed all kinds of ways based on the volume of the number. 3% of 100,000 is a lot different than 3% of 30,000. Usually when we talk about a COLA, it's about increasing the cost of living, or battling the cost of living, I should say, and the ones that need it more often are the ones at the lower end of that pay scale than the higher end. So we advocated this last time, ended up, I think it was like 2 years ago, we did the $3,000 increase, and they were able to make that happen. I guess my real questions are, I mean, obviously I'm in favor of the flat raise across the board. So my only two questions are, does it raise millage, and how are we planning to budget for the other $2.2 million?
My understanding is if we went with the 3% versus the cash per employee, it would be neutral, right?
Correct. Currently, the 3% equates to the $2.2 million that he just stated. But if we were to take that option off the table and start all over with a $3,000 flat increase, I don't know that it would fully increase millage, but it would not, it would be a lot more than the $2.2 million.
So yeah, a cash amount more than what's listed here would be an increase.
Right. Let me better clear my question. Have we already made preparations for the existing $2.2 million proposal?
Yes.
And does that raise millage?
Correct. That's the 3%, and it would not increase millage. Correct.
Okay. I really just want to know what you guys need from us to make this happen. I'd like to do the flat pay. I don't know how the rest of the council is. I know we've had multiple discussions. It seemed very positive, the last discussion last week. But just what you need from us at this standpoint, because I know you guys are under crunch for a deadline as well. I don't want to send you back to a drawing board. I still think a flat rate is still better than 3% for, I'm assuming just by numbers I ran, is like 70-something% of our employees.
I totally don't disagree, but I think at this point, maybe in February, we could have looked at both options when we were doing the strategic planning retreat, back then we could have presented both numbers, but we, as staff, understood that council wanted to move forward with the 3%, which is already built into the budget at this point. Like, to your point, if we go back and do the 3,000 flat, I'm just using that same number, it would increase, it would be more than the 2.2, and we would have to start over. And like Mr. Lawson said, we have a finance committee meeting where I'm presenting you the budget based on the 3%. So we would have to probably have some special call meetings and all of that to be able to meet the deadline for the third reading, just because of the change of the council schedule and committee schedules. Does that make sense?
We'd have to have the special meetings even if we just did it as the flat rate and not change it from, okay,
Right
because
now
we're not
on
have to
track
raise any
go
budget.
forward.
Correct.
Right. And I think if we want to do this, we need to maybe consider doing the combination I think some of you have mentioned for the upcoming, for fiscal year 27, just know well in advance so we can provide you the options before you go into your strategic retreat. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Any questions on this side? Yes.
It's not a question and
comment.
a comment. When I look at what we're doing, obviously if we go with a flat rate, it would benefit our employees on the lower end of the pay scale. However, when we offer a COLA, a cost of living increase, it's actually meant to help all of our employees. And so as a 3%, would be helping every employee according to their salary with the 3% raise. And again, Logan, I know where you're coming from. I'm guessing that if we went with $3,000 per person, that would end up being another $1.4 million. So that'd be like $3.6 million, $3.7 million is what we're probably at right now if we did that. I'm happy we're doing this. I know we have support to do it. It's just how we do it. If I had a choice, I'd probably stay with just a 3% across the board for every employee, and every employee gets treated the same then.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
I was just going to add, as we discussed during the workshop, we are going to have the study. We did the class and comp last year. This year we'll have the 3%, and then we will be initiating the study to look at the step increases and a merit-based pay, which we can implement next fiscal year.
Councilman McKellen, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm in favor of a flat rate increase, a dollar amount rather than a percent amount, because as Logan pointed out, $30,000 employee gets $900, $100,000 employee gets $3,000. And I think that it may be better to increase the salaries the same amount for everybody. The question I have, Pinky, on this matter is, this is a very odd number, $1,885 and $943. I know that you've calculated it perfectly to come up with the 2.240, but I'm going to suggest, if it's not going to break the bank, that we simply go $2,000 for our full-time and $1,000 for our part-time. And I'd make a motion to increase that amount just because it's easier to understand and it's a simple number. It's not $1,885, it's $2,000, and it's not $943, it's $1,000. And I don't think you have to have a millage increase to accomplish that, do you?
Now, just to be clear, the 2.2, or the 1885 and the 943 for the part-time is what was calculated based on current employment for full-time and part-time employees into that 2.2. And Catherine ran the salary roster that day, so I'm gonna let her talk to that.
Yeah, I guess the real indication is, I don't know how many vacancies we have in the county at the time, but did you count positions or people?
We counted positions, so current staff and vacancies.
So you're allocating money here for vacancies that aren't filled, but that you expect to fill?
Correct, because we want to also bring up the starting base rate.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know what my suggestion would do, but I don't want to make this go away. If it has to be 1885 and 943, so be it. But I thought it would be simple all around for everyone to understand if it was a flat rate of 2,000 and a flat rate of 1,000. But if that can't happen, then I'm satisfied with the way it is. But I don't want to see a 3% increase for $30,000 a year employee, because that's only $900, and I think they deserve to have more.
Any other comments or questions?
Just to clarify my statement with Mr. Lawson, I'm not looking to push it for the 3,000. I don't want to send them back to the drawing board. I just think it's more beneficial to a higher volume of our county employees at a flat rate than it is percent raise. That's all. Just to clarify my statement.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the last time we gave a 3,000 flat rate, and I thought that was a good thing. However, I'm going back to our strategic planning meeting. We all agreed to a 3%. I believe the state is 2.5% COLA. So we're above the state. And I just have some angst over the fact that we're changing our mind with 2 weeks to Finance Committee. There will have to be extra meetings. It doesn't matter if you go 2,000 with what Mr. McCollum said or 3,000, it's still back to the drawing board, changing every employee. A 3% is really easy versus the other. So I'm pulled in both directions there. It's going to mean more work. I get it. And it's our fault, we should have done it earlier. We waited too late.
Any other comments or questions? Staff recommends that county council proceed with the 3% COLA increase to employee salaries as previously discussed, rather than awarding a flat rate dollar increase. So at this time, we'll entertain a motion to either whatever is the will of the council.
I'll make a motion to move it for the flat rate of $18.85.
Have a second?
Do I understand that staff is recommending a 3% COLA?
Yes, that's what the document says. Mhm.
So can I
That's
ask
correct.
a question?
Oh, we need a second.
They're requesting a 3% COLA, not a flat rate.
Yes, sir. We need a second, and then we can discuss it some more.
I'm a second.
All right, a second by Ms. Brown. Okay, Larry, go ahead. Do you have a question?
I just wanted some clarification. I'm surprised to hear that, and I don't understand the logic of it.
It's
Because then
in the
lower
backup
paid-
materials.
Excuse me?
It's in the backup materials for the meeting.
I understand, but I'm simply saying that means the lower paid employees get less of a raise, and the higher paid employees get a higher raise. And so I object to that, and I think that everyone should get the same raise. That's all.
Staff is recommending what we discussed back to your point about at the strategic plan, it was agreed on 3%. That's what's been put into the budget so far. Council wants to go a different direction, we'll go a different direction.
Well, it's going to be 3% anyway. It's just going to be paid differently, that's all. The amount is still 3%. It's just going to be paid
No,
differently.
it won't be 3% for all the employees at the amount. In the motion, it was $1,885 per full-time employee.
Yeah, I get that, but it's still 3% total that we're talking about here. The money isn't changing, it's just the way it's being distributed. The lower paid employees will get a higher amount of dollars, and the higher paid employees will get a lesser amount of dollars, particularly if they're if they're a $100,000 employee, they're not going to get
It's around
$3,000.
$64,000.
They're going to get $18.85 or whatever that number is.
Okay. All right, any other discussion?
Yeah, just one more clarification. You said if we did the flat rate, it would be no difference in the work if we did the 3%. No back to the drawing board, no other meetings, no postponing you. It would just be changing the wordage.
It would require us to change all salaries and wages throughout the entire county. That means that the numbers that I would have presented to you the 21st, I'd have to go back in and adjust, she would have to go back in, and we'd have to work together to adjust for a flat rate, not a flat 3%, because that is what was presented in last week's budget workshop. So basically, we would go back and adjust every salary and wage line item across 48 departments.
Yes, back office-wise, there's that work because you're getting a higher increase for some employees and a less of increase for others.
Right.
But the sense of the budget itself, it does not change. And to Mr. McKellen's point, the 3% COLA is equivalent to $18.85 and $9.43.
Correct. It will be we would not have the budget accurately presented, ready for the Finance Committee on the 21st. We would have to go back and edit all of the line items in the software. Because like I said, right now, what we entered was based on that 3% for each department. So every department in the county would have to get adjusted for salaries and wages.
Which we'll do, just to understand where we are, but we're going to follow the will of council.
Questions? No? No more questions or comments? Is everyone clear on what we're voting on? All right.
I believe the motion, if I understand it correctly, was for the flat rate fee and was seconded. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're voting yes or no?
No, it wasn't for the flat rate. It was 3%.
No.
We had a motion.
We have a motion.
Larry, it's on the floor at the flat
Well,
rate.
you're saying staff was recommending 3%, but that's not the motion?
No, the motion was for the flat rate of $1,885.
Madam Chairman, let me make sure I understand. Even with the flat rate, the equivalent will still be the $2.2 million.
Correct.
The sum.
Okay, that's, yeah.
The sum will
So if
be.
you go with the COLA, it's still 2.2 million. If you go with the flat rate, it's still the equivalent. So the bottom line of the budget will not change. It's just the individual line items in each department will change.
Correct.
Yeah.
As we just pointed out, the motion is incomplete because it not addressed the part-time employee.
Oh, okay. Would you like to make an amendment?
Yeah, I can make the motion again, include it. So the motion would be for full-time employees would get a flat rate of $1,885, and part-time employees would get an increase of $943.
I'll second that.
Second. Any discussion regarding that amendment? Yes, sir?
Brian.
Just to say that I will vote against it, but I want to make sure people understand I'm not voting against a increase in salary. I'm just voting against the flat rate.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. I'm looking to our.
One more.
Yeah, one more comment.
Yeah, with the flat rate, your current employees will receive X amount of dollars increase. How does that impact their position on their salary schedule?
If I understand your question correctly, we will be adjusting the salary scales as well by the, 943 rate by half of that. So every starting pay band will increase by $943.
Okay. That's the only impact you'll have?
Or for our vacancies and our pay scales?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
That's with the flat rate option.
It raises the starting salary, is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That raises the starting salary for anyone to start. Okay.
Right, and if we did the percentage, we would do the same concept of increasing the starting pay bands by 1.5%.
But that salary start will be much lower.
Sorry?
That starting salary with 3% would be much lower, right?
You'd see a higher increase for higher paid employees and a lower increase for lower paid employees. The break-even point is $63,000 a year. Any employee that makes less than $63,000 a year makes more money this way than they do over. Anybody over $63,000 will receive less of an increase.
Madam Chair, I call the question.
Okay, we're going to do a roll call vote for this.
You called the question, I think so.
Yeah, he called the question. You made the motion, Mr. Cunningham. How do you vote?
Yes.
And Paula, you were the second?
I was a second, that's correct.
And your vote is
That's for the flat rate.
flat rate? Okay. All right, we'll go in order. I'll start. Do you want to call the, please do, Brenna. That'd be better. Yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
For me, I'm still trying to figure out, no, not really, you don't have to. I'm still trying to figure out, and, and my question really was, when you come to different positions in the county, the flat rate, how does that affect supervisors versus employees, et cetera, et cetera? Does it change the rate for the supervisors? Will we have?
Can't really discuss it during a vote.
Yeah.
I know we are, but, they call for the question,
We
so
call for the question. Councilman Glover, you just have to vote yes or no. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm gonna abstain. How's that?
No. Okay.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, no, but for a pay increase, but no, not for flat rate.
Councilmember McGowan?
Yes.
Councilmember Passament?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes.
Chair Howard?
Yes.
Vice Chair Tabernick?
No.
So that's 2 no, 7 yes, and 1 abstain.
Okay, so the motion passed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, moving on to the agenda. The next thing is our ordinances for third reading.
Yep. Okay, we have ordinance 2025/19. It's an ordinance for a text amendment to the Community Development Code, Appendix B, Defusky Island Community Development Code, Division 3, permitted uses to permit the use of animal services, clinic, hospital in D2 rural. Vote at the first reading, March 10th, was 11-0. Vote at the public hearing and second reading on March 24th was 10-0. Can I have a motion to approve the ordinance as read?
Make the motion.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Lawson and Mr. Reeds. And vote by a show of hands, please.
You gotta do the criteria.
Oh,
What? Now what?
Gotta read the.
I have to read it. Oh, Mr. Lawson. That's why you don't make a motion.
Seconded.
I move that we
Oh,
grant the
Vince.
request for the text amendment for the following reasons. It is consistent with the goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan. It is not in conflict with any provision of this development code or the code of ordinances, is required by changed conditions, does address a demonstrated community need, is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zones in that this development code or would improve compatibility among uses and ensure efficient development within the county. It would result in logical and orderly development pattern. It would not result in adverse impacts on the natural environment, including but not limited to water, air, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, vegetation, wetlands, and the natural functioning of the environment.
Okay, all in favor for the motion read, as read?
Aye.
And Larry vote? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Next, 2025/13 is an ordinance authorizing the county administrator to execute any and all necessary documents for the acceptance of right-of-way for Cherokee Farms Road associated with a development agreement dated December 15th, 2014. Public hearing, vote at first reading on March 10th was 11-0. Vote at the second reading on March 24th was 10-0. So I'd like a motion to approve the ordinance as read.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. A second,
I'll second.
Ms. Howard. And now this is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak to this ordinance proposal? Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Any questions, comments from council? This is a third reading. All right, all in favor of the ordinance as read, 2025-13, show your hands. And there we go. Thank you. 2025/14 is an ordinance authorizing the county administrator to enter into a lease agreement with Big Estate Jenkins Community Center for real property located at 132 Booker T. Washington Circle. The vote at the first reading, March 10th, was 11-0. At the second reading, March 24th, was 10-0. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to discuss this ordinance? Okay, seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, and we will have any questions from council? All right. Then let's show vote of hands. All in favor of the motion?
or second on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did somebody second it?
Madam Chairman, I would, on behalf of Gerald Dawson, I would enter this as an emotion.
I'll second it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So all in favor of this ordinance as read? Okay. All right, ordinance 2025-15, ordinance authorizing the county administrator to enter into a lease agreement with the Young Men's Social Club and South Pine Ladies Union for a portion of the real estate property located at 242 and 228 Scott Hill Road. The vote at the first reading, March 10th, was 11-0. Second reading, March 24th, was 10-0. Do I have a motion to approve the ordinance as read?
You have to
Madam
say
Chairman,
public
I'd like-
It's a public hearing, I know.
I'd like the motion that we approve this lease agreement.
The motion was made by Mr. Glover. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this ordinance? Okay, seeing no one, I'll close public hearing. Anybody on council have a question or discussion?
Well, Madam Chairman, I would just say that this was long overdue, and I'm glad to see this coming to fruition at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glover. All right, all in favor of approving ordinance as read? All right, thank you. And 2025/16 is also a public hearing. Ordinance authorizing the county administrator to enter into a lease agreement with the Dale Lobico Community Center for real property located at 15 Community Center Road. Vote at the first reading, March 10th, 11-0. Vote at the second reading, March 24th, 10-0. And this is a public hearing, so can I have a motion to approve the ordinance as read?
Madam Chairman, I'd like, on behalf of Mr. Dawson, enter this in a motion.
I think you're representing him well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second to this motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this ordinance? All right, I will close public hearing. Anyone on council have a comment or question? Thank you. So let's take a vote to approve the ordinance as read. Okay, so 2025-16 is approved. Okay, moving to ordinances for first reading. 2025/20 is an ordinance to amend Beaufort County's budget ordinance for fiscal year 2025. It was ordinance number 2024/25 to amend Section 3, County Operations Revenue, Paragraph B, Capital Improvement Fund, and Section 4, County Operations Appropriation, Paragraph B, Capital Improvement Fund, and add Appendix A and Appendix B to the fiscal year 2025 budget. The public hearing will be on April 28th. So can I have a motion to approve this ordinance as read?
I'll make the motion.
Is that Mr. Lawson?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And Ms. Harriet, do you want to speak on this? This is the first reading.
Sure. This item was presented at Finance Committee. This is due to the issuance of our 2025 bonds. Originally, the plan was to issue bonds around the $90 million price tag, but we ended up dwindling down some of the projects, and we ended up issuing bonds for county projects as well as BMH and TCL to the tune of $72 million. So we are just respectively amending the fiscal year 25 budget to reflect that change. And in your backup is the attachment, the details of the two different bonds, as well as the project list that was approved.
Question, comment? Yes, Mr. Glover.
Even though we downsized the amount, the needs are still there, so we're pulling funds out the fund balance is how I read this?
No, sir.
No.
No?
No, sir. This is strictly related to the bond issuance that we just did a few months ago.
Yeah, the bond issuance, the funding for the projects will continue to be pretty close to $90 million, right?
No, sir. It's $68.6 million.
I do have, anybody else before I ask a question? So Brenna, can you put up the packet on page 82? I just want for the public, so you know what we're talking about. The ordinance is there showing the current millage and also showing the different capital improvement fund, debt service, and so on. That starts on page 82. I think people should know exactly what we're talking about. And then when you go to page 85, that talks about the higher ed allocation, which some residents may not know about. Indigent care for BMH, indigent care for Beaufort, Jasper, Hampton, and the economic development. And then the fire departments are there. I think the public should know what we're talking about as far as what we approved for 25, because we're coming up to 26. And all this is going to be back in our face. Anybody else? Comment, question? Okay, then we'll take a vote. All in favor of this ordinance 2025/20 to amend the budget ordinance? Raise your hand. Thank you. Ordinance 2025/21 is an ordinance to repeal ordinance 2021/24, which established a solid waste and recycling enterprise system. And this public hearing will be April 28th. So this is first reading. Can I have a motion to approve the ordinance as read?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Second?
Second that?
Who is the second? Paula? Okay. And Ms. Harriet, go.
All right, in order to do what we had talked about in our February strategic session, was to bring the solid waste enterprise fund back into the general fund. There was this ordinance out here passed in, Jared was here to tag team with this back in 2022, to create the enterprise fund. So in order to move forward, we have to repeal the current ordinance to be able to move the solid waste back to the general fund. Any questions?
Anybody have a question or comment?
I think maybe a comment, if Mr. Felix could comment about things have changed since 2022, and so the public knows why we're not doing this.
Yeah, sure. So
The Reader's Digest version, I guess.
yeah, absolutely. So initially, we had an assessment done in 2020, made some recommendations on how we operate solid waste at our convenience centers. That led to the decal program that we're all familiar with, but also the implementation of an enterprise fund. Enterprise fund is where business-like activities take place inside local government. And so the intent there was if we have a revenue source, then that would make sense. The revenue source at the time was a planned MRF, Materials Recovery Facility. And we've worked through that in different iterations. And what we've come to the conclusion is that right now we're probably not sized for a full MRF in itself, much like Charleston is. But that hasn't discouraged us from moving forward with those practices. We've just doing that through a contract basis. Until our recycling material grows to be sustainable, then we're not going to be receiving those tipping fees for material recovery facility. So without revenue coming in, then it's functioning much like a general fund department, and thus the reason that we're discussing this, bringing it back in from an enterprise fund back to a general fund.
Thank you for explaining MRF to the public. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Instead of Smurf, like little blue things. Okay, any other question from council? Comment? All right, I'm going to take a vote on the ordinance as read. All in favor? All opposed? It's everybody's in favor. Did Larry vote? Okay. Ordinance 2025/22 is an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of a drainage easement recorded in the deed book 3044 at page 2170, and this public hearing will be April 28th. I'd like a motion to approve the ordinance as read. Or it dies.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, Ms. Howard, thank you. Anybody care to second the motion?
Which one are you doing?
Yeah, did you do 22 or 23? I'm so
On
sorry.
2025/22.
20, okay.
The abandoning the drainage easement. We did the solid waste.
Right.
Okay, so it's C in your agenda. So we have a motion on the floor from Ms. Howard. I need a second, or it goes.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Glover. Let's open it to discussion.
Yeah, could
Question,
we-
discussion.
Sure, could we see exactly what is happening here? And I got the map, et cetera, but
Is there someone here to speak to it? I mean, Mr. Harriet.
this is on Hilton Head, isn't it?
There you go, Jared.
Yeah, this is on Hilton Head off of Jonesville Road, and we had recorded an easement back in 2011, and the easement wasn't in the location where we ended up needing it, and so we now have an easement over property that doesn't have any stormwater features, so the family has asked that we remove that easement, and again, we don't have any stormwater features, so we're obliged to the family to bring this up.
But the area is being drained properly.
Yeah, there's no drainage issues out in the field. It's just when this was procured, I'm not sure what the reasoning was back then, but there is no drainage issue, and there is no future plans for a drainage improvement or drainage canal or conveyance system in this location.
Okay, I appreciate that, thank you.
Any other question or comment from council members? All right, thank you. So all those in favor of the motion to approve the ordinance as read, please raise your hand. Mr. McComb, there he is. Okay, thank you. 2025/23 is an ordinance authorizing the abandonment of an easement encumbering property identified as TMS number, R300 035 00A 0004 0000 and R300 035 00A 0004 0000. The public hearing will be April 28th. Although, I need a motion to approve this ordinance as read.
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. Do I have a second for this ordinance?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. Do we need someone to discuss this, or does everybody understand what it is?
I understand. I'm understanding that this is a stormwater drainage in this community that's been out there for years, and apparently the landowners could not get together to determine how they want to drain this area. And so I guess the staff is just say, hey, let's take it off the books. Is that the way I understand? That's the way it is?
Mr. Fralix, what's you?
Yeah, this is similar to the last one. This is a very old easement from 2005 that we obtained, and we had coordinated with the different various property owners, and nobody was willing to give the surrounding easements to relocate a ditch. So we obtained it on this one parcel, but not the rest of them. So we have an easement where we were planning to put a ditch 20 years ago, and that project never came to be. And so this is returning that same thing, removing the easement from that property that we presently have it on.
In this case here, that drainage really has not improved, but we cannot get the landowners to agree to some kind of.
That's
yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I don't have no problem moving it forward. Thank you, sir.
And this is at Fort Fremont, and Patty Wilson's worked on this.
Patty, want to address that?
Hey, thank you, Patty Wilson. I want to clarify that there is an error on this because they both say 004 on this. One of them 005.
Okay.
Just so you know it's corrected. And
Someone
what
said
happened,
that? Yeah.
the plan was to move the drainage, the drainage goes in the middle of those properties, and they wanted to move it to the property line, but only these properties right there actually granted an easement, and the other ones didn't. And these people, family members, want to abandon the easement.
Yeah, I've got a question.
Yes.
It's not going to change my vote, but when we acquired these easements back in 2011 for the one we just talked about, and in 2005, did we pay anything for these easements? It
No,
was just
we
something that
don't, we typically don't pay for easements.
Okay.
Because we're benefiting the community by providing a service of helping with their
Just providing
drainage.
them back their original rights they had before they gave us the easement.
Yeah, they're still probably going to have drainage through their property, but we're just abandoning our easement.
Okay.
I just need to point out that the ordinance is correct with the 004 and the 005. The scrivener's error is on the agenda.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Any other question, comment from council? All right, all those in favor of the motion to approve this ordinance as read? Show of hands. Mr. McKellen? Oh, there he is. Okay, thanks. All right, that concludes the ordinances for first reading, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Tabernick. We're going to go to resolutions. 13A on the agenda, 2025/17, resolution approving Beaufort County Economic Development Corporation's request to purchase 14.77 acres for economic development at 134 Parker Drive, Beaufort. Do I have a motion?
A motion?
A motion by Ms. Brown. Do we have a second?
A second.
Second by Councilman Glover. And I know Mr. O'Toole is here. If there are any questions. Any questions from council? We can talk.
I'd like Tim to explain it a little bit,
Okay, if he could come forward.
particularly for the public, since it's public funds. Hello, Mr. O'Toole.
Hi.
Okay, we'll open
You
it
have a
up for
question?
questions and comments. You want to ask them?
Well, it's 14.77 acres at 134 Parker Drive for future economic development. So it says it would be subdivided. So what's your thought on why we're subdividing it and what might be the future development?
Very good, yeah. I had mentioned this when I spoke on the 17th. We were looking at 500 acres in northern Beaufort County and found that they were largely wet. So finding dry land to diversify the county's economy is, I believe, why the council set these funds aside. This particular site, we've done field due diligence on this site, and it's high in dry land, so it's good land. I believe I mentioned on the 17th that having looked at large tracts, and this has been discussed for years in Beaufort County, trying to get a big tract, trying to get a big developer, I think we're going to be, with home builders, with the green space efforts, we've got to really carve out areas where future generations can develop jobs in county. A lot of I'll say middle-aged parents or people that I meet in Beaufort County dream that someday their relatives would be able to not only go away to college, be able to come home and find good jobs. So when we look at this particular site, we have Geismar on the front edge, and I had mentioned this publicly that they were at a point where they were looking for cash flow. They were looking at selling their property and then leasing it back. If we take this property, and we've done some preliminary reviews, we're going to have to do more with the county planning department, but we could expect to get an additional 60,000 or 80,000 square feet on the 14 acres. We also have the option of exploring with the city of Beaufort. They have an 11-acre parcel adjacent to this that is landlocked. We believe we might be able to combine another 5 acres. So we've got in Beaufort County's lexicon, we've got a good site for future development if we buy this property. And we're confident that we're getting it at a good price, considering just beyond we're selling acreage for $40,000. And the public should know, while we're your agent, if we sell these properties, the funds come back to this county fund.
I'm glad you pointed out it is a savings of almost $9,000 per acre, because you're paying 31 and change, and it's really 40,000. So that was good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
John, I appreciate you being here. How many acres are left at the Commerce Park right now?
There's probably 175. We're finding some of it challenging, but our focus would be to continue to move that. We have one building, 50,000 square foot building under construction in there right now. We've got another small company looking at a 15,000 square foot building. So that acreage will be eaten up, we think, pretty quickly, depending on what happens. We've been we've had pandemics and things like that have slowed down our forward progress, but we're pressing on.
And last question, I just want to make sure I understand this. Is Track 2 back here, is that currently owned by the Geismar? Is that part of one consolidated piece?
Yes, yes.
So that company is selling off that 14.77 tract?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we had a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, by show of hands, all in favor of this purchase? All right. All opposed?
Yeah.
And we have one opposed. Ms. Brenda, did you get that? David Bartholomew. Okay. Next, under resolutions, is the 2025-18 resolution to adopt the airport's wildlife management policy. Everyone read about that?
So moved, Madam Chair.
I have a motion.
I'll second
And
it.
a second. Any discussion or questions?
I said at the committee meeting, I thought this was very extensive, and I appreciated all the detail in it. And it's obviously necessary for the safety of operating the airports and for the safety of the wildlife there.
Safety of people, too. Yeah. All in favor by show of hands? And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, next is Resolution 2024-19, a resolution authorizing the county administrator into a non-tenant commercial operating agreement between Beaufort County and the Palmetto Aces Flying Club. I have a motion.
So moved.
All right, and we have a second. The second is by Mr. Cunningham. Any discussion, questions? Yes, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Could someone explain this arrangement, this agreement, and the Palmetto Ace Flying Club? Just kind
Give you
of.
some background.
Yeah, please. Thank you, sir.
Over at Hilton Head Allen Airport, members come in at hangars. They're more than welcome to have a business. This is an LLC, and they rent out their aircraft. And so because they're doing aviation-related business, we must have an operating agreement with them.
Could you just state your name for the record?
Steve Perry, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Steve Perry, the airport deputy director.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And so they're actually renting out or leasing their airplane for the public to come fly or whatever and stuff?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And they have the airplanes there?
They do, yes, sir.
And this is the first time we are doing a lease agreement, or no, we do this every year?
Anytime somebody wants to come in and enter an operating agreement with the airport, we come to you guys and ask for permission.
If I remember correctly, this came out of my committee. We get a percentage of all our of the profit, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, by show of hands, all in favor? And that is unanimous. All right. Next on the agenda, I'd like to have Mr. Brown and the town of Port Royal come forward. This is an intergovernmental agreement with the town of Port Royal to allow for the funding, construction, and donation of a splash pad on the county-owned park site at Bruce Elderly Field and Port Royal Center, adjacent to the new accessible playground. Yes, I need a motion. I'm sorry. I have a motion.
I'll second that.
And a second by Ms. Brown. And now if you could come forward and talk about this and answer any questions we might have.
Yes. Good evening, Chair, Council, Eric Brown, Parks and Rec Director. So this that's coming before you tonight is an agreement, intergovernmental agreement with the town of Port Royal and Beaufort County to fund, install, and responsible for all the constructions of a splash pad at our Port Royal facility. The only cost that the county would take on is an annual manual fee of $30,000 annual. That's water, maintenance of everything to the splash pad. There's no other cost associated with the county as far as installing the splash pad on this site. And we have about 40, we're averaging about 40 families a day at this site, not all at one time, but throughout the day, we are averaging about 40. We think that this would enhance it, especially on weekends for birthday parties, et cetera, as we can we're actually scheduling to put a pavilion there as well, and then we can also, rent out for birthday parties and et cetera, et cetera. So with that being said, you can come up and speak.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. Kevin Phillips, Mayor of the town of Port Royal, thank you all for having me. And just thank you for this opportunity. Really, this idea is something a seed that was planted a long time ago. I believe we were at the ribbon cutting for this park. Council Chair Howard was there, Tab was there, Councilman Bartholomew was there, Shannon Erickson was there, State Representative cutting the ribbon. And when we were there at that park, and I encourage anyone, if you haven't gone out there, it's a beautiful park. It's the only ADA accessible park north of the Broad. It gets a lot of attention from a lot of families and just brings a lot of joy to the area. I go out there with my daughter. I've seen Bartholomew out there many times, Councilwoman Alice Howard out there with her grandchildren. And I meet people from St. Helena, from Ladies Island, the city of Beaufort, from Bluffton, from Burton, from all over. They come to this facility because it's so nice. But anyways, we're at the ribbon cutting, and if you look at the park, there's some area right there, and we were all saying, that would be a great spot for a splash pad. And that was an idea we said at the ribbon cutting. And then in May of last year, we received an email from county staff. And it said, hey, county council's throwing around the idea of splash pads, and it had us and some other municipalities on it. Is there any interest in y'all partnering with the municipality on this? We jumped right on that and said, it's funny you would bring that up. We actually talked about this at the ribbon cutting. We have other parks that are town-owned parks, but again, we thought that Bruce Edgerly facility was perfect. That was back in May. So then we got into our budget of, back in May, June, July. Our staff came to us and basically said, hey, we've got our ARPA funds. We need to have all those allocated by the end of the year. Is there a project like that council would like to do, like a citizen project the council would like to do for the citizens? And again, we just thought this would be great for a splash pad. We've heard that from so many of our citizens. Again, this park is really great, and any way we can enhance it. So on our end, we got together, we allocated all of our funds. At our December meeting, we voted on all of our ARPA fund allocations. You can go look at that and see that that was done by the end of the year. We went under contract with the contractor of this splash pad. I believe a week after that, the contract was signed with them. So council, our position is we had all of our ARPA funds, and if you look at ARPA funds, we're the lowest tier to receive ARPA funds, and that puts you in a different category, puts in your requirements, your compliance requirements different depending on what you get in. Last year, when we allocated all of our funds, we got with our legal counsel, are we good? They said we're good. We knew this was coming up tonight. We had a council meeting last Wednesday and had our attorney there. Our attorney was not from in-house. We do not, Port Royal, we have a budget of $10 million. We don't have the money to have in-house counsel. So we contract with a law firm out of Columbia that represents municipalities and county governments. We asked them again last Wednesday at our meeting, because we knew this was coming up, are we good to go? Have we done this the right way? They said, you absolutely have done this the right way. There's no fear of any non-compliance on that end. So we said the only problem we have is when can we get started? Because again, our contract was signed with that contractor at the end of last year, and materials, I can tell you, are getting more and more expensive by the day and by the week. And so everybody's ready to get going. So again, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for what this is going to do for the community, for families. I believe this, if you've seen the pictures of it, it's very small in nature as far as splash pads go. We're not talking about any kind of water park. It's pretty small in comparison to what these are. We think it's in a perfect location. It's going to bring a lot of joy. It's going to make a lot of families happy. It's ADA accessible as well too. And we also just want to say thank you from the town of Port Royal for the opportunity to work together. We have multiple IGAs with y'all. We have one for the Cherry Hill Oak Park. We have one for the Sands Beach Boat Landing. And anytime we can work together, we always think that is a positive. We think the more that we can cooperate with you, with the city of Beaufort, with any governing bodies, the more we can do that, the better product, the better goods and services we can produce for all of our citizens. And also we think it just builds trust among the public to see us all working together and to see us delivering for our citizens. So again, just thank you all for this opportunity. We look forward to getting this done, getting to work. We'll see you all at the ribbon cutting, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Unfortunately,
I'm
Madam
going to
Chair,
open it up for questions. Is there
okay.
anything else y'all would
Okay.
like to say?
That was it.
Okay.
All right, I'll open it up for discussion and questions. All right, Ms. Brown?
I have spoken to the Undersecretary in the U.S. Treasury Department for ARPA funds. And I would like to share with everyone my conversation with her. Yes, you can buy a splash pad with ARPA funds. Yes, you can. Yes, you can donate to another government agency. The question remains, did you inform the United States Treasury Department that this splash pad was going to be donated to the county of Beaufort? Yes or no?
I can tell you my conversations with staff, all of our requirements were met.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. That's okay. We'll go on, Mayor. When I talked to you last week, you said you would have, you would bring something with you, but I don't see anything, and that's fine. I want to share with you more information from Treasury Department. The person I spoke with said, and I quote, "We have had some government agencies entering into contracts with other government agencies. So that's fine. The deadline for submitting the contract was 12/31/24. So if there was something done after that date, it would raise a lot of questions," unquote. So let me explain how the ARPA funds work as she explained it to me. Treasury Department has this money. They gave ARPA funds to the state of South Carolina. All the counties got direct pay from the Treasury Department. The towns got the money passed through the state. Treasury informed me that of Port Royal's projects, and they are as follows, and you probably know this, Mayor. New vehicles and equipment, premium pay, whatever that is, sewer project, regional housing trust fund. And by the way, the regional housing trust fund already has an intergovernment agreement. I'm sure you're aware of that too. Infrastructural improvements and stormwater projects. There is nothing on, there's no mention of a splash pad on that website. Treasury compliance, Treasury stated compliance check reviews this year started in 2022, the compliance check reviews. The obligation and eligibility reporting is going to start this year. So I'm going to ask one more time, did you tell the Treasury Department that you were going to donate the equipment?
Again, we've been told by staff and all of our attorneys that everything we've done has been completely in compliance.
Okay. All right. This is my feeling. I used to work with the United States Treasury Department many, many years ago, and I know how it operates. Larry, you and I were both federal agents, and we also know how the federal government works. Everyone up here needs to vote no. It is putting our county at risk for a splash pad because we don't have a document that says you told Treasury that you're going to donate those splash pad, and furthermore, you don't have an intergovernmental agreement that was signed by 12/31/24 like you did with the Regional Housing Trust Fund. So I feel that everyone needs to vote no on this. We do not want to be part of a federal investigation. We do not want our new administrator to, we don't want our new administrator involved in a federal. We already have a state investigation. We don't want another one, and that being federal. So I suggest we vote no.
Can I respond really quick?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so just in response to that, when we talk with our legal counsel, again, who represents municipalities and counties, and this is what they do, essentially the way it was explained to us was with those IGAs that needed to be signed before the end of the year, that was when money, ARPA funds, was changing hands. In this situation here, the town of Port Royal has used its own ARPA funds, has allocated it on its own, has gone under contract on its own, and at no point is any money from our ARPA funds mixing with your ARPA funds. There is none of that happening. It is just the town allocated and went under contract, which was what our obligation was to do. At that point, ARPA is no longer involved, and we essentially are now just talking about the maintenance agreement going forward, which has nothing to do with, again, ARPA funds. That ended last year when we did all that. So
we're missing the point here.
And I will ask, we've asked anyone, and you're right, we did have that conversation when I gave you a call. We've asked anyone, to show us where we are not in compliance, and we will work around that. That has not happened yet. So
all I'm asking for is a document or something that you told the United States Treasury Department that you were donating this equipment to the Beaufort County. As I said, and I'll reread what she said before, quote, yes, you can buy a splash pad. Yes, you can donate to another government agency. But did you inform the United States Treasury that the splash pad was going to be donated, yes or no? And then she said, and I quote again what she said, we have had some government agencies entering into contracts with other government agencies. That's fine. But it wasn't done between 12/31, and you did not tell Treasury you're donating this to Beaufort County. And the deadline was 12/31.
Okay.
And that would raise a lot of questions with the Treasury Department.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brown.
Madam Chair, if I
yes.
may, in slight response to that, but 31 CFR 35.3 has the definitions in there regarding ARPA. Part of that's the obligation. My understanding of that, and I've asked outside counsel, not even associated for this project, but just ARPA in general, Town of Port Royal has complied. They obligated the funds by the end of the year via contract. And now this agreement that we're going through right now was not required to be negotiated ahead of time since they had already obligated those funds underneath ARPA. And I believe, and don't quote me on this, but it's my understanding that April 30th, 2025 is the annual reporting requirement deadline for municipalities that are situated like the town of Port Royal, which means that report wouldn't have gone forward yet.
Until April 25th.
Until April 30th, 2025.
April 30th, okay.
we're on a much more stringent and strict compliance for ARPA due to the dollar amount and the size of our county compared to the town of Port Royal that received 10 million or less, and also this population is what, 17,000? So
We're in the lowest tier.
Okay,
of ARPA funds.
again, I'll keep saying it over and over and
Madam
over
Chair.
again.
That's fine. Let's let someone else speak.
Yeah, perfect. Didn't really think I was going to have to talk on this one, but I'm the type of person that likes to match energy with energy, so Mrs. Brown, I'll match your energy. One, I would say I didn't realize we were going to turn this into an interrogation. I'm not really sure what you did before county council. I really could care less, just like you guys could care less what my job is or Mr. McKellen's, whatever it might be. Now we work together. There's 11 of us. I'm pretty sure nobody else is aware that we were going to turn this into a debate and interrogation for the mayor for coming in here today, just out of good faith, where he didn't even have to be here, actually. So I do find that a little out of line, but that's fine. We'll continue going from that. Outside of that, you're one of the biggest people that supports the staff recommendation. Staff supports this recommendation to move forward. Secondly, you quoted multiple times somebody that you spoke on the phone with, and you asked the mayor to present details. Is there any way that you can present with evidence the quote word for word and the context to it if you're the only one in that conversation? Now we're on the stand. I guarantee there's no time for that to happen in this moment unless we have a recording or anything along those lines. So maybe if we had some better preparation and communication to people on county council, this is something that could have been discussed. I'm happy you came today. I'm happy you guys are working with the town. Or I'm happy we're going to work with the town and you guys stepped up to join us on a project. I'm excited about that. I think this will be a great thing for your guys' community. One of the biggest things when we did bring in our new administration was we said we wanted to build relationships with our municipalities. It's been less than, 7 months now, 8 months with Mr. Moore. We worked on one in Hilton Head, and we're working on another one now. We got the bridge project moving, and now we're working with Port Royal, and I look forward to working with the town of Beaufort and the town of Bluffton. So I don't see any issue with this. You have until the end of April from everything that I've read. But I do apologize on behalf of the rest of the county council for you taking your time out and being interrogated today.
We need a motion to continue our meeting.
I will
past
make that
8.
motion to continue this meeting past 8 p.m.
And a second by Ms. Tabernick.
Yep.
All in favor of, we have to extend our time past
After
8
8
o'clock.
o'clock.
Sorry to interrupt. All in favor of extending our time beyond 8 o'clock? Even Mr. Glover voted for that, and Mr. McKellen. Okay. All right. So we now can extend past 8 o'clock. Is there anyone who has not commented that would like to comment at this time about this? Yes, sir. Mr. Larson.
Now, what we're voting on tonight is the intergovernmental agreement, and not about the funds of where the splash pad is coming from. So I am all for the moving forward with an intergovernmental agreement that we work together with regards to the splash pad.
Any other comments or questions? All right.
Okay.
Last call.
Okay, last call.
Let-
I like
I mean,
that.
last-
Okay.
last chance for any
It's my
comments.
understanding that the intergovernment agreement should have been signed by 12/31, just like it was for their other ARPA funds that they did back in October. And I wasn't interrogating anyone. I was just making a statement. But I guess we can vote on this. I would like to vote no.
Yes, we are going to vote. Okay. We'll do a roll call vote. Will you do that, Ms. Brenna?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Councilmember Glover?
Yes.
Councilmember Lawson?
Mark Lawson, yes.
Councilmember McEllen?
Yes.
Councilmember Passament?
Yes.
Councilmember Reeds?
Yes.
Chair Howard?
Yes.
And Vice Chair Tabernick?
Yes.
The motion passes 9-1.
Thank you, Mayor Phillips,
Thank you all.
for coming, and thank you, Eric Brown, for being here today. Thank you for coming tonight. Thank y'all. All right, we need a motion to go back into executive session.
I'll motion.
We have a motion by Paula for executive session. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
A second by Ms. Tabernick. There may be items to come out of executive session, or there may not, but we are going to adjourn for executive session. Thank you.
Again.
Thank you. We have no further business coming out of executive session. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Hey, Alice, I got a question for you. One, this state is pre-American.